tell the jury a little bit about your education?
Went to undergrad at Johnson C. Smith University in Charlotte, North Carolina. Afterwards, I went to medical school at the University of Rochester in upstate New York. And after that, I did my residency at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. Finished up at Georgetown University Hospital in Washington, D.C. Then did a fellowship at Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, where I learned to be a forensic pathologist. After that, I joined the military with the Air Force. 4 years, I was a medical examiner performing autopsies on service members who died in the Iraqi and Afghanistan wars and the global war on terrorism. After finishing that tour for 4 years, I became a professor teaching medical students, grad students, nursing students, public health students, pathology. After that, I then worked a year in Washington, D.C. as a medical examiner. And then I came down to Broward again from 2016 to 2019. And after that, I transferred up north, one county up at Palm Beach County Medical Examiner back in September 2019, and I've been there ever since.
And Doctor, do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which is learning how to diagnose natural disease that can be in a person's medical record, treated by other physicians and surgeons. And then I did a year learning forensic pathology, which is the non-natural manners of death, such as homicides, suicides, accidents. And most of the time, here and there, I diagnose those, but also natural disease where a person doesn't have a doctor or died in the state of Florida but doesn't have a physician treating them here at the state.
And can you please give us an estimate of how many autopsies you've done over the course of the years?
I don't count them, but it's over 1,000.
All right, and do you have a approximate number? How many of those were related to gunshot wounds?
A lot, hundreds, several hundreds to 300 cases.
So I'm going to call your attention to February 14th, 2018. Were you called out to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School that day, or were you asked to do any work concerning the shootings that happened at the school that day?
I was notified by the deputy medical examiner, Steve Robinson, who called me to let me know that there was a situation that happened that's currently being dealt with at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, and that there were casualties, and to be ready for the next day to perform autopsies on the casualties.
So did your involvement with actually starting to do autopsies, was that the next day on February 15th?
That was on February 15th when I performed several autopsies on several members that passed away at that school.
And Doctor, do you recall performing an autopsy on Joaquin Oliver?
Yes, I did.
Judge, do I have the alcohol on for the...
Mr. Clare, can the monitors be on, please?
Yes, it'll just be this one, sir. And do you recognize who's in that photograph?
Yes, I do. It's Joaquin Oliver.
Thank you, Jim. When you started procedure to do the autopsy, did you assign a case number to the autopsy of Joaquin?
The case number was randomly assigned based on the number of individuals that were being processed one at a time. The case number that was affixed to Mr. Joaquin Oliver was case number 18-0536. That number will always be affixed like a social security number on Joaquin Oliver's case. No one else before or after him will have that same number. So for as long as the records exist, that will be the case number with the decedent.
Were you able to determine before or during your autopsy what his age, height, or weight was?
His weight was 134 pounds, and his height was 5 feet 11 inches, and his age, I believe, I don't recall, I think it was 17.
Would it be in your report?
It would be in the report, yes.
If I were to show you a page of that report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Or do you have it? You may. Doctor, do you recognize the report? And just look at the first page and let me know if it refreshes your memory, asks the age.
Yes, it's 17 years of age.
Thanks. And now, Doctor, if you could please walk the jury through the autopsy.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Relevancy, appeal to sympathy.
Mr. Klinger, your response is to the relevancy.
Which is, we have to, as part of the, do you want to sidebar, or I'll make speaking objection, that's part of the information.
This is part of the proof as to count 3.
Judge, we're stipulating to the death. Any serious bodily injury, it's not in dispute.
Well, hold on, let me go sidebar after that.
Doctor, I believe I had asked you to start to explain the autopsy. If you could just go through the wounds that you found, I would appreciate that for the jury, please.
Yes, there were 4 gunshot wounds on Mr. Joaquin Oliver's body, and one was involving that of his left leg, where it entered on the left medial side of the leg, which is the side of the big toe on the left foot. It then entered and injured primarily the soft tissue, didn't fracture any bones, exited out of back portion of the left leg. So it went from left to right, front to back, and downward. The other...
I'll ask you a question just about related to that particular injury. Would that prevent someone from being able to walk, or would it impede their ability to walk?
The injury went in between the two bones of the leg, left leg, which is called the tibia and fibula. The tibia is the thicker bone that maintains one's height. And there is a nerve called the peroneal, I'm just mispronouncing, I'm sorry. It's spelled P-E-R-O-N-E-A-L, nerve. And what happens is that when that nerve is injured, it causes the victim to be unable to walk. They aren't able to move their foot to walk in a gait. According to witnesses, or a witness that after he was shot in the leg, he fell and couldn't get up. So that is one gunshot wound. Another gunshot wound involved that of the left arm. It injured the left lateral side, which is the side of towards the elbow, on the left side of the left arm, and then it exited out of the front portion of the left arm. So it went from back to front, left to right, and upward, and it only injured the muscle of like the bicep. Another gunshot wound involved that of the right hand, where the bullet entered into the middle portion of the right palm and exited in between the web of the, I'm raising my hand, where entered in the middle of the palm, exited right behind the back of the hand, and it's in between the web between the thumb and the index finger. It injured the bone called the second metacarpal bone, and it caused it to fracture. And then the last gunshot wound involved that of the head, where the bullet entered into the left temple and injured the skull and damaged the brain, exited out of the skull, and exited out of the right side of the neck, right behind the right ear. There were also, surrounding that of the gunshot wound involving the left temple, there were irregular lacerations and abrasions. That is likely from the injury of his right hand, where the bone of his metacarpal bone fractured and also traveled with the bullet, and it caused defects surrounding the gunshot wound of the head. So it appears, based on that, that the right hand was trying to block the bullet from injuring him, but unfortunately it was not enough to stop the bullet. So there were 4 gunshot wounds that caused and contributed to Mr. Joaquin Oliver's death.
And the manner and cause of death?
The manner of death is homicide.
And the manner of the cause is?
And the cause is multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I appreciate you coming down to Broward, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. While he's doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state would call Mr. Kelvin Greenleaf.
wants to use the illustrators, for lack of a better term, on Cassie at this moment, or free to do that.
It is funny, I'll be great.
Take that away, please. Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me, please. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Please be seated. So once you're seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Kelvin Greenleaf, Kelvin Greenleaf.
Mr. Kilroy, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Greenleaf, how old are you?
61.
61.
Yes.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I'm a fitness instructor, City of Coconut Creek.
Previous to that, where did you work?
Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School,
How long did you work at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
7 years.
And what was your job at MSD?
Security specialist.
What does a security specialist do?
Well, I was in charge of security of the school. My job would include moving students from classrooms, doing searches, doing investigation and reporting that to the principal.
What is the difference between a security monitor and your job, which was a security specialist?
The monitor's job mainly is just to observe and report. Okay, they walk around the campus, they see anything suspicious, they're to report it to myself or an administrator.
Okay. And, or administrator, or would they at times report it to Mr. Peterson?
Yes, it's criminal, yes.
Do you know Scot Peterson?
Yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing where he's sitting?
Okay, it's right over here.
What color tie?
Red tie.
Your Honor, the record reflect positive identification.
The record shall so reflect. You may proceed.
Now, what was your day-to-day job like at MSD?
Day to day, normally I had to be work at 7 o'clock. I got in usually 20 to 30 minutes before, walked around campus, made sure I was positioned before the students walked on campus at 7:40. Well, starting around about 7:15, they were allowed to start walking on campus. I was just there to be visible, greeting the kids.
What did you wear? Did you have a uniform?
Shirt, we had a school board shirt, and just slacks.
Okay. And going back to your day, so 7:15, students arrive around 7:40.
Yeah, just pretty much walking around, checking out the campus, to make sure that everything was like pretty much in order.
Okay. So, what do you mean by checking out the campus? Does that mean to make sure, like,
Just walking around, checking to make sure there was nothing left behind, anything on the courtyard. We had a pretty big sized courtyard where most students had to come through to come to school. So I just made sure everything was nice and clear there.
now previous to working at MSD as a security specialist, where did you work?
At Monarch High School.
I'm sorry, where?
Monarch High School.
What did you do at
I was a monitor at Monarch High School.
So what, is a monitor to a specialist kind of like a promotion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long were you a monitor at Monarch?
3 to 4 years, something.
In total, how long did you work for the Broward County School Board in the security, in the realm of security?
It's about 12 years, maybe.
Now, what is your background in regards to security?
Just former military,
Okay. And in the military, what branch were you in?
the Army,
How long were you in the Army for?
5.5 years.
Okay. And what was your specialty? What was your OS?
64 Charlie, motor vehicle operator.
As part of being in the military, did you go through basic training?
Yes, sir.
Were you qualified or certified on firearms?
Yes, sir.
What kind of firearms?
M16,
What year were you in the military? What years?
82 to 87.
And you said you were M16 is what you.
Yes, sir.
Is that a loud rifle?
Yes.
So is it safe to say that on February 14th of 2018, you were familiar with the sound of rifle fire or gunshots?
Yes, sir. It was loud, yes, sir.
Now, going back to Mr. Peterson, in January of 2018, was there a training done on campus at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall what that training was in regards to?
It was about, we was getting ready to do a drill, the fire drill, pretty much about the same thing that occurred on that date in February.
So you mean like code red drills,
Yes,
things of that
drills
nature?
and stuff, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall who was the teacher of that class?
Well, I want to say Detective Butler, I think it was.
Is that Al
Detective
Butler from the school
Al
board?
Butler, yes.
Was Mr. Peterson a part of that class?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also spoke earlier about your responsibilities as a security specialist involving administrative searches. What did you mean by that?
I was authorized to pat kids down to make sure that they didn't have anything illegal on them, so I was able to do that.
Okay. And when you conducted these administrative searches, was Mr. Peterson with you? Some of the time?
On occasion, yes, sir. Mhm.
Did you see Mr. Peterson conduct administrative searches?
Yes, sir.
How often?
Not too often. He was with me, yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
When I do a search, he would come in, but rarely did he perform any, but, he did occasionally.
Okay. Now, let's go back to February 14th of 2018. Approximately 2:15 in the afternoon. Where were you at that time?
I was in my office, security office,
And what building was your office?
building 1.
Now, what is the first thing that drew your attention that something was wrong?
Well, campus monitor Medina put a call over the radio to Monitor Taylor in the 1200 building, stating that a suspicious person was walking towards his building.
Working towards the 1200. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as states 1. Mr. Greenleaf, you're actually able to use the pencil function, so you can actually circle or note what we're talking about. Just give it one moment. Do you see where building 1 is on this map?
Hold on one second.
You can
Yes.
familiarize yourself with it.
I see it.
Using the pencil function, can you just mark where building 1 is?
Never used one of these, though. Building 1?
Okay. And can you mark with a circle where the 1200 building is? Now, when you heard that call from Campus Monitor Medina, where were you?
I was in building 1, right here.
Did you have your own office in building 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you in your own office when you heard that?
Yes, sir.
Did you overhear it over a school radio?
Yes.
Were you issued a school radio?
Yes, I was.
Is that the type that you have to charge?
Yes.
Okay. When did you charge it?
I charge it overnight. I leave it in the charge overnight.
After that call went out, suspicious person to the 1200, what did you do next?
I continued to file my paperwork because there was a conversation between Medina and Taylor.
And Taylor, is that David Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Is that another security monitor?
Yes.
As a security specialist, are you armed? Do you have a weapon?
No, sir.
Do any of the security monitors have a weapon on them?
No, sir.
Who's the only person on campus with a weapon?
The resource officer,
And who was the school resource officer that day?
Deputy Peterson.
Now, going back to the 14th, you stated you went back to your paperwork. What happened next?
I listened to those two guys carry on the conversation over the radio, and about, I want to say, anywhere between 30 seconds to like a minute or so, maybe, guessing on the time, I hear suspicious sounds coming from the 1200 building.
That's the call.
That's the
suspicious
call.
sounds.
Yeah, from Medina.
With that information, what did that cause you to do?
Well, when he said suspicious sound, I stood up and I walked out of my office and went towards the Deputy Peterson's office and said, "Did you hear the call, 1200 building?" And I proceeded to go out.
Let me slow you down there. Okay. One step at a time. Did Mr. Peterson have his own office?
Yes, he was across the hall.
So it was located next to yours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with that information, after hearing over the dispatch, the school radio, did you go to Mr. Peterson's office?
Yes.
Once you were inside Mr. Peterson's office, what happened?
I asked him, did he hear the call on the radio in the 1200 building?
And what was Mr. Peterson's response to that?
Let's check it out.
So did you and Mr. Peterson exit building 1?
Yes, sir.
And where were you heading towards?
I walked outside of building 1 and noticed a golf cart sitting to my left. So I was going to go to the office to get the key for that golf cart to go to the 1200 building. But the person with the key was not in his office, so we started walking, turned to go towards the 1200. That's when Campus Monitor Medina pulled up in his golf cart.
Okay. When Campus Monitor Medina pulled up in the golf cart, what did you and Mr. Peterson do?
We both got into the golf cart. Deputy Peterson got in the front seat with Medina, and I hopped onto the back of the golf cart.
And did Medina proceed to bring you up to the 1200 building?
Yes, sir.
Can you please just track that or just draw the route that Mr. Medina took? Thank you. Now, on the ride up there, could you see Mr. Peterson?
I was in the back. I could see him like leaning, talking on his radio.
Okay. Which way were you facing?
I was facing the front, looking north.
So were you kind of turned around?
No, I was
You jumped on the
straight
back like this.
Straight ahead.
Now, ultimately, were you dropped off by Medina?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm now showing you, I'm going to clear this for now. Now showing you what's already in evidence as State 17, a composite of 2 photographs. Looking at this first photograph here, can you please mark with an X approximately where you and Mr. Peterson were dropped off?
It says somewhere over there.
Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back to pencil, I apologize. Now do it.
It's somewhere over here.
Okay. When you were dropped off, which way were you facing when you got off the golf cart?
It was facing north.
Did you see Mr. Peterson get off the golf cart?
Don't recall it.
Okay. When you first got off the golf cart, did you hear anything?
I did hear something, yes.
What did you hear?
A gunshot.
Where was that gunshot coming from?
In front of me, the building in front of me, 1200 building.
How did you know it was a gunshot?
Look, I'm familiar with gunshots, but Deputy Peterson said shots fired.
How far away, you can estimate this, were you from Mr. Peterson when you heard the shot and when he said shots fired?
Not 5 feet, so I was pretty close to him.
Okay. At any point in time, did you see Mr. Peterson take out his firearm?
Yes.
Was he holding it in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Now, how far, and I moved the picture, so I'm going to erase it and start over. I apologize for that. Can you just mark again approximately where you were? How far would you estimate that you were from the building at that when you got off the golf cart?
The building itself?
Yes. You can guess this estimate.
I'm going to say about 10, 15 yards, maybe.
Okay. Were you pretty close to the building?
Yes.
And you said you heard the shots from the 1200. Could you tell whether they were inside the building?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How could you tell?
Just from the sound of it.
Can you just describe to the jury what you mean by that?
It was like a booming sound. It's like it was enclosed. You know, I've heard shots outdoors before and also inside. It would sound like the shot was just enclosed.
So it sounds different when it's shot from the
Yes.
inside, is what you mean. Now, after that, you hear the gunshot. What did you do next?
Returned, ran south to the 700 building.
Could you
You want
please
to mark
just
that?
kind of mark the route of the trail? Trace where you went.
To here, over to here, in the corner.
Why did you run away from the 1200 building?
Deputy said take cover, so it's that direction we ran to.
Did Mr. Peterson tell you to run that way, or did you just instinctually run that
It's
way?
safe to follow me, yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Yes, sir. Just distinctively, I ran south.
And why did you instinctively run south?
Away from the building that I thought the shots were coming from.
Now, once you were in that position to the south in that hallway, what did you proceed to do? What did you do next?
Well, there was kids coming, trying to come out of the building, so I directed the kids back to the classroom to go back into the 700 building.
At any point in time, did you hear Mr. Peterson say anything to you?
Well, he told me to get back because, that I didn't have a weapon, to stay back either way. And he did say, get those kids back into the classroom.
And you did not have a weapon?
No, sir.
Could you see Mr. Peterson when you're back in the hallway area? Could you see him?
Yes, sir.
Could you see his face at any point in time?
Yes, sir.
And how many years had you known Mr. Peterson?
Nah, we was there for like 7 years ago, I think.
And during your daily day on campus, did you interact with them almost every day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know him pretty well?
Yes, sir.
How did he appear to you when you saw him in that hallway?
It was different. I mean, he was sweating and breathing hard, so.
You said he looked different. What thought process did you have?
Just his facial expression was, just didn't look the same. It was kind of like, I don't know, kind of blank in a sense.
When you saw that kind of blank, what did you think?
I really didn't know what to think. Whether he was going to respond, I didn't know. I just felt at that time, I just don't think he knew what was really what was going on.
Now, when you're in that position, do you hear more gunshots?
Yes,
Approximately how many more gunshots?
probably about 4 or 5 maybe.
And could you tell where those shots were coming from?
Same place, same building, 1200 building.
Now, at some point in time, when you're back in the hallway, did you see 5 kids exit the east side of the building?
Yes,
Okay. When you saw those kids, what did you do?
direct them back to class, away from that building.
How did you do so? You can use a
Just,
hand gesture.
just wait for them, tell them to go back.
You waved the kids to get away.
Mhm.
You have to say yes for the record, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Did you see where those kids went?
They went back away from that building, back to class.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Greenleaf, I'm showing you what's already in evidence of State 16. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Does this photo show where you and Mr. Peterson were standing when you were closer to the building before you heard the shots?
yes.
Can you mark approximately where you were?
Somewhere over here.
I'm showing you the second photo. Does this show, if you could just mark, I'm going to delete this, erase this, could you just approximately where you were?
Same place, up here.
Now, when you told the kids to get back, the kids coming out of the 1200 building, could you tell, were they coming out of the east side doors?
Yes,
Are those the east side doors that you see there?
yes,
Now, were there other kids in the 700 building, in the building that you were next to also that you were telling to get
yes,
back?
yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to show what's already in evidence as states 6 and F12, Your Honor.
This requires the screens to be on.
Yes, it does, Your Honor. You know, if we could just pause this for a second. Do you see the time?
Yes, sir.
What time does that read?
2:23:27.
Actually, Aaron, can you rewind that at the very beginning? I apologize. Pause it there. Do you see the golf cart?
Yes.
Bottom left screen. Is that you hanging off the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what time is this?
It's at 2:23:16.
Okay. You can play. You can pause. Looking at the bottom left-hand screen, 2:23:23, do you recall children coming out of the 700 building on that green, on the grassy area there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they there because there was a fire alarm going off? I apologize.
I don't know if it was, I don't recall the fire alarm,
Okay.
but something happened to come out of that building.
But you recall seeing the children
Yes,
coming out of the
I recall
building?
seeing,
Okay.
yes.
Do you recall when those children ran back towards the 700?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The golf cart, bottom left hand, do you see it?
Yes, sir.
You're not, are you on that golf cart at that
No,
point in
sir.
time?
No, sir.
That's, who's the only person on that golf cart?
Medina.
Okay. So at this juncture, where are you and Mr. Peterson?
But we got off the golf cart.
Is that,
We're near the 1200 building off the golf cart.
is that the testimony earlier that when you did the X about where you were standing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bottom left-hand screen, do you see the time?
Yes, sir.
What time is it?
2:23:45.
Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing at that juncture?
Running towards the 700 building.
Okay, and are you with anybody at that point?
Deputy Peterson.
Okay. On the bottom left-hand screen, do you see the individual standing out there? I know it's kind of hard to see, but do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
No, sir. It's Deputy Peterson.
That's Deputy Peterson.
Yes, sir.
I know it's hard from this angle. Is he standing in the hallway, or is he standing outside of the hallway?
Just a little bit outside the staircase.
And when you say staircase, looking at the top photograph, on the bottom right-hand side, you kind of see a handrail. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Where does that lead to?
Upstairs at 700.
Okay. Do you see what time is it right now?
2:24:05.
What's in your right hand?
My radio.
What are you doing with your left hand?
I'm pointing, directing kids.
Are those the kids? And then Aaron, if you rewind it a little bit, please. You can play. Bottom right-hand screen. Are you directing the kids that just ran out?
Just ran out of the building.
That stairwell, bottom right-hand screen, do you see which stairwell, or do you know which stairwell that is?
Yes, sir.
Which-
It's on the east side of the building on the first floor.
So going back to states 16, it's this stairwell right here.
Okay. Yes, that's the east staircase.
After waving the children out, or when you were waving the children out, where was Mr. Peterson?
He was on that spot on the 700 building.
That same spot that we saw in the video?
Yes.
Did you ever see him leave that spot while you were next to him or around him?
No, sir.
still standing there, did you hear more gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many more?
It's probably a couple.
Was it loud?
Yes.
Could you tell where it was coming from?
Still straight ahead, 1200 Road.
Now, after you are going back to states 17, after you know, actually, let me go to the second photo, state 17. After you're in the hallway there, do you ultimately leave that area?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
I walked back south, back towards the auditorium,
Why did you do that?
to put more kids back. There was a couple of kids hanging out up in that area, so we put them back inside the auditorium.
Okay. Now, we spoke earlier about these Code Red drills. What was your responsibility during a Code Red drill?
Well, a code red should have completely locked down. I should have went and took cover or locked myself into a security space. But I just took it upon myself, I guess, to go where, the problem was located, where the problem was reported. It was reported 1200, so I went, and once I heard the gunshots, technically I should have went and locked myself down.
But what did you do instead?
Make sure those kids were safe.
During the Code Red, based upon the training in January as well as other trainings being a security specialist, do you know what Mr. Peterson's job was during a Code Red?
For Deputy Peterson? No, I'm not sure.
Now, after putting the children back into different classrooms, where did you go to next?
I went to the camera room.
Where's the camera room located?
Camera room is in building 1.
Going back to States 1. Building 1?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
Mr. Morford, assistant principal.
When you went to the camera room, or is the camera room located near your office?
Yes, it's the door just before my office.
Okay. And are you familiar with the camera system?
Yes, sir.
How did you become familiar with that system?
Mr. Rosario, as assistant principal.
He taught you?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Greenleaf, I'm showing you it's been previously marked for state's identification as 2Y or YY. Do you recognize this diagram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with what it's detailing?
Yes, sir. The direction of
Okay.
pointing.
Is this diagram an accurate representation of what it depicts?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in 2Y as evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states 2Y for identification without being evidence that it states Exhibit 50.
Your Honor, may I publish on the screen?
You may.
Mr. Greenleaf, I'm now showing you what's been entered into evidence as states 50. What are we looking at here?
Those are the position of the cameras inside of the 1200 building.
And what do the red cameras indicate?
Red camera are the ones that's inside the hallways,
Okay. And what do the black indicators mean?
the staircases.
And you're familiar with these cameras as you just testified, Mr. Rosario touched the camera system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, approach.
You may.
Mr. Greenleaf, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states 2Z or ZZ. Do you recognize this diagram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with what's on it, what's depicted on this diagram?
Those are cameras that's around the campus.
Okay. And at this time, the state would request to move in what's been previously marked as states 2Z or ZZ as evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, State's 2Z for identification will now be in evidence as State's Exhibit 51. Mr. Kilworth, can this be on the...
Yes, it's this hand, yes. So, Mr. Greenleaf, going back to State's 50, this is the 1200 building inside, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now looking at State's 51, what do these indicate?
Those are other cameras that's located on campus.
Okay. Now, focusing your attention to the building 12 on the east side. All right. Are there any cameras that are focused on the east doorway of the 1200 building?
For the entrance part, no.
And looking specifically at camera angle 54. Do you see that there?
Yes, sir.
Is that the camera angle that we saw before when you and Mr. Peterson ran from the 1200 building back to the 700 building?
No, sir. Well, the one pointing down the walkway, yes, it did point down.
Camera 54.
Yes.
While you were in the camera room, what were you tasked with doing? What did you have to do?
I had to, turn the computer on, bring it back up, and I pulled up all the frames for the 1200 building to see what was going on.
By frames, do you mean from the cameras inside?
Inside the 1200, yes, first floor through the third floor.
Okay. In terms of the camera system, how does it work? Is it a live feed?
Yes,
Okay. When you hold it up, you said you turned you turned the computer on, brought up the cameras. What did you do after that?
I had to pull the 1200 building separately away from the rest of the cameras. So once I set it up from the first to the third floor, and that's when it was visible for us to see what was going on.
Could you see what was happening live when you did that?
Yes.
Could you actually see anything though?
No. We did see, when I turned it on live, there appeared to be dust, smoke, or something of that nature in the air.
Okay. So because there was dust and smoke, what did you do?
I took it back to the recorded section. We put it on record to see what had happened previously to that, see what caused that smoke.
Okay.
So I took it back to the very beginning. That's when I saw the suspect walking into the building.
Okay, so just for clarification for the jury, you can watch it live, but it's also recorded,
Yes.
so you actually rewound it to actually see what had occurred in that building.
Right.
And approximately how far back did you have to rewind?
Not far, because I had an idea of what time we wanted to look back, around 2:15, 2:20. So I had to go back too far. We got there, I don't know, about 2:30-ish maybe.
So about 15
yeah,
minutes or
15
so?
minutes.
When you're operating the system, what is Mr. Morford doing?
He was on the radio transmitting.
Do you know who he was transmitting to?
Talking to Deputy Peterson.
Could you hear when Deputy Peterson was responding back to AP Morford?
Some things, but I don't know exactly what he was responding back to, because I was focusing on the camera, telling Morford what to pass out.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show it's already in evidence as states F11 is part of states 6.
The screens need to be off.
No, they do not.
They do not. Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Greenleaf, you've seen this video before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see yourself on it?
Yes, sir.
Is that your office?
Yes.
Okay. Where is Mr. Peterson's office?
Straight ahead. From my right, I'm looking straight into his office.
So just the one directly to the right of you?
Yes,
Or to the,
straight across.
straight across the hallway? Got it.
Yeah, right, towards my right shoulder.
Understood. On the other side, got it. And what time is this at?
This is at 2:22:04.
Who is that behind you?
That's campus monitor Stobbley.
Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who's standing, I guess, to the right of you?
Deputy Peterson.
Do you see the time here?
Yes, sir.
What time is it?
2:22:39.
You begin to head north at this point?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing it in a quicker
Yes,
manner?
sir.
Why is that?
Hear sounds.
Is that the golf cart on the right side that you couldn't get the keys for?
Yes, sir.
Is that you on the back of the golf cart?
Yes, sir.
That is the one driven by the Dino with Mr. Peterson on the passenger side?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you see people running while you were driving on the golf cart side?
Yes.
And were they running southbound?
Southbound.
Were they running away from the 1200 building area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at this screen here, do you see what time it is?
Yes, sir.
What time is it?
2:23:12.
Is that the golf cart that you're on?
Yes, sir.
Do you see what time it is?
Yes, sir.
What time is it?
2:23:18.
Can you see yourself on camera anymore or no?
No, sir.
Okay. Are these the students that you saw walking out?
Yes, sir.
And then these are the students you saw running back
Yes.
away from the 1200?
Yes, sir.
The golf cart, top left, do you see what time it is?
Yes, sir.
What time is it?
2:23:33.
At this point in time, where are you?
I'm off the golf cart. I was standing by the 1200 building.
So you're off video.
Yes, sir.
Do you see yourself on video here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 2:23:44.
Off camera, approximately 26 seconds. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see yourself, and I can remind you of not going with this gesture.
Yes.
What were you doing there?
Wait, can I send the kids back?
Okay. Another hand gesture. Is that the one for the kids coming out
Kids.
outside the 1200 building?
Yes, on the east side of the 1200 building. Yes, sir.
Do you recall who these two individuals are?
There's two school teachers.
Okay. What were you doing there?
It directed them to go back because they were going to their building. They was going to the 1200.
And you said their building, so that's where they're assigned?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
classroom, 700 building.
So this is the 700 building, and the classroom doors open to the outside.
Outside, yes, sir.
Now, during this whole time here, where's Mr. Peterson?
Standing on the corner of the 700 building.
In the same spot?
Yes, sir.
Would that be to the bottom right hand of the screen, like off camera?
Yes, sir.
Who is that person walking towards us there?
Campus monitor Starley.
When you were seen jogging or running southbound, where were you headed to there?
To the auditorium.
Why did you go to the auditorium?
There were students out there.
Approximately how long were you with Mr. Peterson in that general area that we just saw?
Over 2 minutes.
Did you say
Over 2 minutes?
over 2 minutes?
No, sir.
During that point in time, did Mr. Peterson leave the spot that he was in?
No, sir.
Over that point in time, did you see Mr. Peterson do anything besides operate the radios?
No, sir.
At this time, I have further for Mr. Greenleaf.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a real quick restroom break. Then we'll pick it up with the cross-examination of the witness. Same admonition as always, please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else till we reach the end of the case. You will leave the notepads in your chairs and step in the back home in 1 moment. I will be right back with you. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Real quick 5-minute restroom break. Sir, if you want to step down, you may do so. You can talk to anyone you want about anything you want. It's not anything to do with your testimony or the facts of this case. It's just like you're on the witness stand.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you want to use the restroom, I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Okay.
go back on the record, state versus Scot Peterson, 197166 DF10. Ms. Jones, Mr. Killer, Mr. Cleaner present for the state. I have Mr. Driver present, Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. The witness remains on the witness stand. State, anything you need to address before we resume?
Your Honor, there was just a question of Mr. Aguilar and wanting to use a photograph for the witness. I mean, I know you can do it.
I'll probably use the one you gave me instead.
You're going to use one.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
But no objections.
But no objection.
Okay. Mr. Driver, you got anything you need me to address before we bring the jury back in and begin the process? No, you're not. Okay. Please bring the jury back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After those seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get those notepads back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we took our quick restroom break. We just completed the direct examination of the witness. He remains on the stand and under oath. So at this point, we're going to pick it up with the cross-examination. Mr. Aguilar, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm choosing to be wonderful. You? It's great to see you again. We met during a video deposition back on November 30th of 2021. You remember?
Yes.
That? I got a chance to ask you everything that you saw and heard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through some of that testimony that I heard you give on direct. First, started off, you said you were you're a fitness specialist now, a trainer, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've been training for about 14 years, correct? And on the day of the shooting, February 14, 2018, you're employed as what we call a security specialist, correct?
Yes.
And you had been there approximately 9 years as of February 14, 2018, correct?
No, not 9. I came here in 2011 and I was out in 2018.
Okay. And when did you first meet Scot Peterson?
When I came here. Yes.
And how would you characterize him professionally? What kind of job he did?
Did great.
Tell the jurors about that. What do you mean?
Well, anytime I needed him, doing searches, fights, stolen cell phones and things of that nature, he was always there for me.
And by fights, you don't mean any that you got into?
No, with my students. With the students.
And if students were fighting, did you see Scott immediately jump in the middle of things to separate kids?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get the sense that he was a coward in any respect?
No.
Did you get just the opposite sense from him?
Yes, sir.
And how was he with the kids, his interaction with the kids?
He was good with this. That's what you're really good with this.
And let me ask you about the incident that you first hear, okay? You hear something over the school radio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was Andrew Medina saying something about a suspicious person walking into the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time, you didn't know whether my client was monitoring his school radio, correct?
Right, no, sir.
And there are times where, even though something is said over the school radio, you guys don't always catch it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors, explain to them how come you wouldn't necessarily hear everything that goes over a school radio.
Well, you wouldn't always hear it because sometimes the volume is turned down, sometimes it's down low, or it's too low where you really can't hear what they're saying. You ask them to repeat, what we just said.
What about when you're performing tasks and you have divided attention?
Right. Well, that occurs as well. And with Deputy Peterson, he tries to monitor two radios, actually. He tries to monitor the school radio and his BSO issue radio, which actually caused him a lot of problems at the school. The reception is not that well. Sometimes they have to get up, people have to go outside to use that BSO issue radio.
We were going to talk about that, but I'm glad you brought that up. So there have been, prior to even this incident, times where my client has problems with his BSO radio, correct?
Right.
And you'll physically see him, I think he just said, get up and try to get into the open to be able to get reception, correct?
Yes.
And be able to say things, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we even see him on the video taking a few steps beyond the concrete as he's standing on his radio, even during the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you do when you walk into his office is you wanted to know whether he even heard the school transmission, right? What came over the school radio?
Well, I asked him, did you hear the
Right.
transmission?
And you would never have assumed that he would have heard it because there are many times where he doesn't hear those things, correct?
There are occasions, yes.
All right. And he never answers you when you ask him if he heard it. He just said, let's go, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you don't know what, if any of the things that came over the school radio he actually heard, correct?
I don't know, no, sir. No.
But you do see him doing something in his office. He's working, he's researching. You saw that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what you saw when those transmissions went out over the radio, what he was actually doing in his office at the time.
Well, he's on the computer, because it was a pretty busy day. We had a lot of searches going on. He was doing paperwork. When I spoke to him, his back was turned, he was on the computer typing. So.
You didn't see him with his school radio on him. You saw it charging on the other side of the room, correct?
I don't remember seeing his radio, but I remember seeing him at the computer doing work.
Got it. And it looked as if he was intently working on his computer, correct?
Yes, he was on the computer, yes, sir.
Now, he doesn't hesitate. In other words, some lazy cops, I guess, will just, you go deal with it. He jumps up and immediately leaves, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He said, okay, let's go, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, when you get into, outside of the 100 building where your office is located, the fire alarm goes off, doesn't it?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But isn't that the sound that you hear when you initially come out, you guys are walking, and then we see on the video, and I can play it for you, you then start to move quickly because the fire alarm goes off.
I remember me starting moving quickly.
Okay. And you initially start to run towards the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
But then Medina picks you up in a golf cart, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you jump onto the back of the golf cart, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Medina says nothing to you guys while you're in the golf cart.
No, sir.
And I see you making a face. Why tell the jurors why that frustrates you?
Well, because it could have taken a lot of the guesswork out, pretty much what was going on, because he knew exactly what was going on. And it was that definition also.
Tell the jurors what you mean by that. Medina knew what was going on, and he didn't tell you guys.
Correct. Oh, well, he saw the kid walk into the 1200 building. He knew exactly how many people had walked into the building, and he knew that that particular person walked in carrying a rifle bag. And he passed it on to Deputy Peterson and myself.
How does that make you feel?
No, we're not good. 17 people got killed.
You believe that part of Medina's job as a monitor was to convey that important information to both you and Deputy Peterson, correct?
Correct.
You've lost sleep over it, haven't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the legal objection?
Relevance?
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
You do see my client on his police radio all the way to the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember him listening intently, correct?
Yes, sir.
Trying to gather real-time intelligence, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you arrive at the 1200 building, both you and Deputy Peterson get off of the golf cart, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go through the video and have you take us through that. So this is the 100 building, correct?
Right.
And this is when you and Deputy Peterson are leaving that building, correct?
Myself and this Captain Morgan Scott. We just went away,
This is the 22214 we're seeing, right?
222, yes, sir.
Okay. And so that's, who's that in the hallway? You and Deputy Peterson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, stop. You begin running because the fire alarm's going off, correct?
Well, something got my attention, plus I saw the demons driving up on the golf cart.
Okay. And then what happens next? Let's go. Keep going. You guys are both jogging, correct?
Yes, sir.
Scott Peterson is jogging now towards where he needs to go, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, let me just pause for a moment. When you see him jogging and you see him acting up to this point, do you believe he's doing everything he can to be present and to help whoever needs him?
He was trying to get down to the area where he was going.
Okay. And at no point does he say, hey, I'm out of here, I'm going to go jump into my car. He doesn't say anything like that.
No, sir.
Everything else was focused on trying to be of service, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, next thing, keep going. So now you're driving towards the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And pause for a moment. You had described Scott's demeanor. You had never seen him act this way before.
No, sir.
Had there ever been a scenario on campus in all those years that you would analogize or say was similar to what you were going through here?
No.
It was like nothing else, correct?
No, sir.
And even you, how are you feeling in the moment?
Not good. Not good.
I can understand. Did Scott look the same way?
Yeah, he had a little bit more pressure. I think it was a bit more stress over him trying to handle the radio and stuff like that.
You saw that he looked pressured?
Yes.
He looked stressed? He didn't look like a man who was calm and just standing around doing nothing, correct?
He was on the radio majority of the time.
And keep going. This is between the 700 and 800 building, correct?
Yes.
What about 22320 right now, correct?
Yes.
All right, pause for a moment. There are kids coming out of the 700 building, correct?
Yes.
And they were all coming out because the fire alarm had gone off, correct?
I don't know the reason why they came out. It could have been. I don't know why they came out, but I do know that they were coming out.
Well, the bell hadn't rung yet,
No,
correct?
happened, but I can say myself, I don't remember hearing the fire alarm.
I got that. And isn't that, I mean, and you wouldn't be lying about that if the fire alarm was going off. It's just one of those things, right? Is that think that because it was a very stressful situation, it's possible the fire alarm was going off, which would make sense because the kids are leaving the 700 building, right?
Objection is to counsel testifying.
Yeah, that's the thing, because they're asking a question where the question mark is being.
Would kids be coming out of the 700 building prior to the bell leaving like this unless there was a fire alarm?
No, sir, not one.
Okay. So how many hundreds of kids are in the 700 building?
Quite a few.
Let's ballpark it, just so we know how many came out.
Just for that, in that area? Or
The entire 700 building, I know.
Entire 700 building, it's like hundreds of kids, like 600-700 kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no kid that's immune to the fire alarm. In other words, you don't have any special kids who they get to stay in the building. They're coming out, correct? And did anyone ever ask you to compile a list of all the students who came out of the 700 building during the fire alarm?
No, sir.
It wouldn't have been difficult, right? Because there's a teacher, and each teacher has a classroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know any of these kids that are coming out? Like, can you identify any of them?
I can't write down, but I'm pretty sure I know quite a few of them. So.
Okay. And keep going, please. And you see that they look like they immediately start running in a different direction, correct?
Objection is to counsel testifying.
Yes, that's the statement, yeah.
Do you see them reacting on the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in which direction do they run?
They're running back south, back into the building.
Okay.
Like to 710, I think it was.
All right. And pause for a moment. So there's a period of time where you both don't run to cover yet, correct?
Right.
You're standing by the side of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you said that you heard some shots fired, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact that you merely assumed, based upon what you had heard on the radio, coupled with the sounds, that they were coming from the 1200 building?
Well, I knew there was a gunshot and was confirmed when the police yelled out, shots fired.
Okay. So in terms of the location though, didn't you make an assumption based upon what you had heard on the school radio, coupled with the sounds, you assumed that they were coming from the 1200 building, correct?
No, sir. I knew they was coming from the 1200 building.
Do you ever then say to Scott, hey Scott, there's shots in the 1200 building?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. So with all fairness, you don't know what he was thinking, correct?
Right. I don't know what he was thinking of.
Got it. And he doesn't immediately run to a position of cover. Both of you stand next to the building and then you see him on his radios, correct?
Yes, sir.
You see him immediately yelling into his BSO radio that, possible firecracker, shots fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you hear him order a code red on his school radio,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And whose benefit was that for? When you're hearing that, what are you thinking? Whose benefit was that for?
The students, the staff members.
Everybody.
Everyone on that campus, yes.
And up to that point, did you believe Scott was doing everything he could?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And even though you thought that the shots might have been coming from the 1200 building, number one, you don't know how many shooters are on campus, correct?
Correct.
There could be, in your mind, multiple shooters at different locations, correct?
Could have been, yes, sir.
Did you know whether the shots were contained exclusively in the 1200 building, or could they have also been coming out of the 1200 building?
From the one I remember hearing, we're inside the 1200.
I understand. Did you eliminate in your head as a possibility that those shots would never then come out of the 1200 building? Or was that a possibility?
No, sir. Like I say, the shots I know for certain that I heard came from inside of that building.
You worked real hard to make sure that those kids who were coming out of the 700 building got back into their classroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was a reason why you didn't want kids around the area of the 1200 building, isn't that correct?
I wanted those kids nowhere near the 1200 building because I knew the shots were coming from inside the 1200 building.
Okay. And you certainly thought that if they remained outside, they could be harmed in some way,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you weren't the only one who wanted the kids back in. Scott wanted the kids back in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection is speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah, but that's his thing.
Well, let's take a look at the video. You remember him showing you the video earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where you're gesturing to get the kids back inside, correct?
Yes, sir.
But take a look, isn't Scott gesturing as well?
Judge, I'm going to object to that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Did you have the chance to see Deputy Peterson gesturing at all in real time?
I don't recall it. I mean, I see it on here, but he did tell me, hey, make sure those kids get back into the classrooms.
So he specifically asked you to make sure that those kids went back in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did it seem that he had a sincere belief that those kids were in harm's way?
Yes, sir.
And if I heard you correctly on direct, he tells you, he orders you, get the kids back into the classroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't say in a soft voice, it was a loud, powerful voice, I would imagine, correct?
Yes, sir. It was clear, loud and clear.
You also had concerns about the safety of the kids who were in the parking lot area too, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know if they'd be shot by any bullets, correct?
Correct.
You recall seeing my client as he's doing all this. He's sweating, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's breathing hard, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was your words that I heard on direct, correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't think he knew what was going on, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what you meant by that.
Well, when I looked at him, he just had pretty much like a blank look on his face. There was so much going on, and I can imagine the stress, the pressure that he was under. So, and I pretty much just I felt helpless, like there's nothing nothing I can do, and I just don't think he realized pretty much what was going on.
But you do see him monitoring both radios
Yes.
in real time to try to figure it out, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
And while he's monitoring both radios, trying to figure it out, he had his pistol out. You saw that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also remember him scanning the area with his handgun drawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to you, it appeared that he was trying to look and see where the shooter or shooters may be located. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir. Well, he did look out straight ahead and did look to the left and to the right. Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this whole time, you still see my client monitoring to ensure that there were no kids running out of the 700 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was an ongoing thing because you both wanted to make sure that they weren't in harm's way, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you never knew when ultimately the shooter left the building, correct?
No, sir. Not at that time, no.
You do recall my client directing Assistant Principal Morford to go to the camera room to review the surveillance.
I don't recall hearing it, but once I got up to Morford, he did say, let's go to the camera room.
Okay.
So,
And Morford was speaking without question to Scot Peterson as the information is being relayed, correct?
yes, sir.
It was Morford saying, hey, Green, let's go to the camera room, correct?
Greenleaf, yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, sir, ask your next question.
Didn't you testify on direct that Morford told you, Green, let's go to the camera room?
Greenleaf, yes, sir.
And you were in the camera room for quite some time, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was so difficult, and again, I don't know anything about it, so tell us what was so difficult in trying to locate where the shooter was in real time?
Because when the computer first come on, it's live. And we didn't see the shooter at that particular time when it was live. That's what made us decide to go back. Because the only thing we saw was the dust. When it was live, we saw a few bodies on the floor, and that's what made me take it back to the beginning to find out what had transpired.
At no time during this lengthy process of you reviewing the video did my client stop talking to Jeffrey Morford, correct?
They were communicating on the radio.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It continued back and forth through this whole long process, correct?
Yes, sir. We was feeding him the detail that we saw inside the building, yes.
Okay. Do you know where my client was looking when you claim you saw kids running out of the 1200 building?
He was standing on the corner. I don't know exactly
Right.
what he was doing. I mean, I know he was on the radio, but where he was looking, I don't know.
Those kids never came towards you, did they?
No, sir.
They ran in opposite direction from where you guys were, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from the photo that we saw earlier, where's that photo? I'm showing you what's been marked as 3 of 3 of the state's composite exhibit, which is 16. This is the same photo they showed you earlier, and there is, what is that in front of the door of the east stairwell?
The pipe with the fence around it?
That was there on the day in question, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also that big maroon pillar, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you just happened to be looking as those kids ran out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at no point do they turn and run towards you or Scot Peterson, correct?
Right, correct.
And also, when you're standing where Scot Peterson was and where you were, okay, and you look to the west, was there anything there in front of you, like a tree?
I didn't look to the west side, but there is a tree, but I don't know how far out.
All right, let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit I, which I've shown the state. If I can approach the witness? Sure. Take a look at it and tell me if you recognize that tree. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that tree?
That's right on the corner where we were standing.
Does that fairly and accurately depict how the tree looked on the day in question?
Well, I know it was a tree there, whether it had been trimmed or not, I don't know, but yeah, I do remember the tree.
Okay. Judge, I'd move this into evidence at this time.
State, any objection?
I would have an objection, yes.
Okay, sidebar, please.
recall a big tree that was in front of you guys, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's not, this is not a small little tree, this is an extremely large tree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would the branches cover a significant portion of the 1200 building if you're standing where you and Scott were?
It covers some of it, yes, sir.
Okay. When the prosecutor asked you how many total shots you heard, it was only a few, correct?
5 or so or more.
That's it? All right.
Yeah.
You know that approximately 70 were fired. You know that, correct? When you were there.
Now I know, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Do you know why it is that you heard only a few shots?
Because those are the ones when I got down close to the building that I knew were gunshot. I did hear some popping noise going down on a golf cart, but at that particular time, I didn't know they were gunshots.
Okay. Give me a moment. From the beginning of the time that you were with him to the time that you left him, did you believe that he did everything he possibly could with what he knew to try to help everybody?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's sustained.
I didn't focus on the end part. I had just discussed up to that point. So I'm just asking from the time this is now at the
And
end.
the objection was sustained. Ask another question, go ahead.
Did there ever seem a time to you that my client really did know with certainty where the shots were coming from exclusively and then chose to act like he didn't?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Nothing further.
Okay, based on that, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Greenleaf,
Yes.
on cross-examination, early in the cross-examination, defense counsel asked you if the defendant was doing everything he could. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I recall. Yes, sir.
Have you ever had any police training?
No, sir.
And defense also asked you about whether there was a sincere belief that the kids were in harm's way. Do you recall that question being asked?
Yes, sir.
Why did you have a sincere belief that you needed to keep the kids away from the 1200?
Because the shots were coming from the 1200 building, and that's the direction the kids were running towards.
When on cross-examination, you testified that you could see Mr. Peterson looking both straight as well to the west, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, straight ahead. Is that the east side doors?
Yes, the 1200 building. Yes, sir.
Is that where you saw the 5 kids run out of?
Yes, sir.
Now, the pipes that were shown, did that block your view from being able to see the 5 kids?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
I don't need to show it.
No, I remember it.
Did that maroon pillar block your view from being able to see the 5 kids?
No, sir.
Now, the time that you were standing in the same proximity, the same area as Mr. Peterson, did it appear to you that he was focused in the direction of the 1200 building?
He was facing that direction, yes, sir.
Now, going back to the 5 kids running out, did you hear Mr. Peterson shout out to them anything?
No, sir.
Ask where the shooter is?
No, sir.
Ask any questions of them?
No, sir.
Now, there was some question about a tree. Did that tree prevent you from knowing that the shots were coming from inside the 1200 building?
No, sir.
Now, you also testified on cross-examination. You heard popping sounds in the golf cart?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
I don't like firecracker sound or gunshots. At that particular time, definitely didn't think it was gunshots, but I did hear popping sounds. sound like firecrackers.
You did not think it was gunshot?
No, not driving down, no.
Thank you.
Were they unusual sounds?
Unusual sound, very unusual, yes.
Mr. Heinrich asked you on cross-examination about his client sweating and breathing hard. And something about a blank look. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw that look, what were you thinking about Mr. Peterson?
I didn't think he was going to, react. I don't know if he didn't react because he didn't know what was going on, or, so no, I didn't expect him to react to the 1200 building.
When you say react to the 1200 building, do you mean you didn't think he was going to go into the 1200 building?
Yeah, even if he even knew that it was there, no, sir, I didn't think so, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked whether you told Mr. Peterson about the shot spot coming from the 1200 building, and you did not say anything to him.
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, initially, when I asked him, did he hear the call to 1200 building, he said, let's check it out. I assumed that, he knew he was going to the 1200.
Did you also, was it apparent to you that they were coming from inside the 1200 building?
Yes, sir.
And how far away was he standing from you at that point?
5 feet, maybe, 6 feet, maybe.
Your Honor, may I question the witness?
Sure.
Tell me when to stop. How close was Mr. Peterson to you? That's close?
Yeah.
Okay. It's almost arm's length?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was some testimony about Medina. Medina is not a police officer.
No, sir.
He's a civilian,
Yes, a monitor, yes.
campus monitor. His job was to observe and report.
Yes, sir.
Was his job, based upon the training in January as well as everything else you know, observe and report, and during a code red, he's supposed to shelter and hide as well, correct?
Yes.
And wait for the police? Was that part of the training?
Well, he's supposed to lock down, yes. He's supposed to lock himself down, yes.
Lockdown with the intention of waiting.
Yes, sir. Until all clear is like given or someone come let you out.
Yeah, he testified under under cross about Medina on the golf cart.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that there was communications or word shared between Peterson and Medina?
Could have been.
It could have been. You didn't hear it?
I didn't hear it, no, I didn't hear it.
Now, going back to the office, when you heard the transmission, you went into Mr. Peterson's office, said something, did you hear the transmission? What was his response?
Let's check it out.
He said, I'm sorry?
Let's check it out.
Let's check it out.
Yes, sir.
He didn't ask me, what are you talking about?
No, sir.
I have nothing further to say.
Based on that, a recross.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
In response to the prosecutor, I think I just heard you say Medina could have said something to Scot Peterson on the golf cart on the way to the 1200 building, correct?
It could have.
But you never heard it, correct? You never saw it, correct? And also, I think your testimony was you just assumed that my client knew where the shooter or shooters might have been, correct?
When I stated to him that about the sound out of the 1200, he just said, let's check it out. I did mention 1200, he said, let's check it out. So,
Correct, but then when you get on the scene and you hear shots,
Yeah.
okay, you just assumed what was in his head, correct?
I didn't really assume anything. I mean, I knew where they were coming from, so.
Right, but at no point does he ever indicate to you that
Right.
he knows, correct?
Right.
In fact, your opinion was just the opposite based upon how he was trying to figure it out, correct?
Objection, counsel's testimony.
No, that's overruled. That's, that was gone into on redirect. Go ahead, sir. You can answer that question. Go ahead,
Okay.
sir.
Repeat that question.
You assume just the opposite, meaning you believed he was trying to figure it all out, correct?
I assumed he knew it was 1200 building. When I stated to him the 1200 building, he said, let's check it out.
Right.
But I don't know for certain that, you know, that he heard that. I don't
And
know.
then when you see him on the scene and you see the way he's acting, it looked to you like he was trying to figure it all out, correct?
Yes, he was on his radio. Yes, sir. He was on the radio.
And he wasn't transfixed on the 1200 building. He's looking all around, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were sent to the office to look for the video to convey to Peterson on the scene, at no point did you then say to my client, hey, it's in the 1200 building, right? You don't say that, do you?
I didn't say anything on the radio to him. Mr. Morford was talking to him on the radio.
Okay.
So I didn't say anything to him.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You state, is the witness excused?
He is, yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you may step down. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
While he's doing that state, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this man is stated before Mr. Elliot Bonner.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. And sir, once you're seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way forward as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My name is Elliot Thomas Bonner. It's E-L-L-I-O-T. Thomas and Bonner, B-O-N-N-E-R.
Mr. Killer, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Bonner, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm retired.
And what did you do before you were retired?
I worked 30 years at IBM.
What did you do for IBM?
I was a programmer.
What did you program?
I worked on missiles,
Like military missiles?
military missiles.
Previous to IBM, what did you do? Were you a Marine?
Yeah, I was a Marine.
All right, tell me about when you were a Marine.
Yeah, I was a Marine for 4 years, and
What years?
served 64 to 68,
Vietnam?
Vietnam,
What unit were you in?
65 to 67.
You were in Vietnam 65 to 67?
Yes.
And what was your job? What was your MOS over there?
I was an 0311, but I was trained in demolitions.
Okay. Did you see, silly question, I know, but did you see active combat over there?
Yes,
Okay. Were you issued a rifle?
yes.
What kind was it?
M14,
Is that a loud rifle?
very.
ballpark this, because I don't even know I can't even imagine the number. How many times between utilizing it, between 65 and 67, as well as basic training, do you think you shot that rifle, or rifles in an M14?
I don't even know how many times, numerous times,
Numerous, thousands?
thousands.
Now, was there a point in time in your career that you worked at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
Yes,
And what was your job at MSD?
I was a campus monitor.
Okay. And as a campus monitor, what was your job?
My job was to make sure the campus was safe as far as kids going to class and stuff like that, but that's about it.
Were you armed?
No,
And sir, how old are you today?
I'm 78.
78. Now, I'm going to go...
I'm 77,
77.
sorry.
No, it's not a problem at all. I'm going to go back to February 14th of 2018, approximately 2:15 in the afternoon. What were you doing around that time?
I was, about 2:15, I was in the athletic director's office.
I'm going to show you a map of the school around here. This can be shown. I'm showing you what's already in evidence as States 1. You familiar with that campus?
Yes,
Okay. Where, and you can actually mark on the screen, Your Honor, if I could ask you if the hand is there on.
you want to mark approximately where I was?
Yeah, just let me.
It's hard for me to tell you.
Just ballpark where you were.
Yeah, I was around here.
Okay. And what were you doing over there?
I was actually doing something in the athletic director's office.
Okay. And what caught your attention that something was wrong that day?
The fire alarm went off.
Okay. Did you have a specific area or specific responsibility when a fire alarm went off?
Yes.
What was that responsibility?
My responsibility was to get the people out of the 700 building.
Can you
And,
mark with an X the 700 building?
700 buildings up over here.
Okay. So you hear the fire alarm, what did you do?
I left the athletic director's office and got in my golf cart and rode up the sidewalk towards the 700 building.
Did you have a school radio?
Yes.
Can you just track, and I'm going to change it to blue, can you just track the path that you took towards the 1200 building?
I basically went up this way and down this way, and I stopped about there.
You stopped about there, okay. Why did you stop about there?
Because I seen Coach Feist laying on the ground.
Now, previous to seeing Coach Feist on the ground, did you hear anything?
Yes,
What did you hear?
I heard those gunshots.
Could you tell where those gunshots were coming from?
I knew they were coming from the building,
Which building?
the 1200 building,
How could you tell they were coming from the 1200 building?
because I know what gunshots sound like.
Once you get to that area where you stopped to drew the line, what did you do after that?
I stopped and I said on the radio that those weren't firecrackers, those are gunshots,
That's over the school radio.
over the school radio. And then I said code red.
When you said code red, had you previously heard anyone else over the school radio call a code red?
No,
You were the first.
as far as I know.
As far as you know, okay. Now, I asked you if you were armed that day, but was Coach Feist armed that day? With a gun?
No,
Was Brian Stobley,
no,
Kelvin Greenleaf,
no,
David Taylor,
no,
Ana Ramos,
no,
Medina?
no.
Going back to the map, when you stopped at that specific point there, how far would you estimate you were from the building, from the 1200?
30, 40 feet.
What did you do when you heard those shots and you were in the car?
I said code red, and I left.
How did you leave?
I just backed up.
Did you put the car in reverse?
Yes.
Did you turn it around, or did
No,
you just...
I just
stay
went in reverse.
Okay. While you were in reverse, heading backwards, did you run into anybody?
Yes.
Who?
Officer Heinrich.
Did you know Officer Heinrich before that day?
Yes.
Did you know that he was a Coral Springs or that he was a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What did you tell him?
I said, Coach Feist is laying by the door.
Do you recall saying anything else to him?
I don't recall saying anything else.
You know Scot Peterson, right?
Who?
Scot Peterson.
Yes.
How long had you known him for?
For as long as I've been at the school. For as long as he's been at the school.
That day, over the radio, did you ever hear him announce a code red?
No.
Now, after you reversed the car, what did you ultimately end up doing after that?
I ended up going into West Glades.
I'm going to erase this.
Going into West Lakes?
West Glades.
West Glades.
Where is West Glades? Let me zoom out a little bit. Where's West Glades?
This is West Glades over here.
Did you get there in your car?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you go over to West Glades? What were you doing?
I was getting as far away from those gunshots.
Okay. Were there kids around you? Students?
Yes.
What were you doing with the students?
The students pretty much followed me.
Is there a gate that connects MSD to West Glades?
Yes.
Can you just mark approximately where the gate is?
Approximately right there somewhere.
Okay. So did you head west and then south to that gate?
Yeah, I went, you want me to write it?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I went down here, and I went down here, and I went through the gate with my golf cart.
Okay. And where did you go once you were on that side?
I went down this way.
Why did you go down that way?
Distance?
When you went down that way, so the southern point of the blue marker did you run into other students and other teachers?
Oh, yes.
How many would you estimate?
Approximately 300.
All right, I'm going to show states F5, which is an evidence of 6.
Does this require the screen?
It does not, Your Honor. Do you recognize this?
Yeah,
Who's that on the golf cart?
that's me.
This camera angle, which way are we looking?
Which way was I?
Yeah, which way is the camera facing?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know.
If you look at the bottom left hand of the screen, can you see it?
Yeah.
What does it say? Do you see it? Building 13, west?
Building 13, west to field.
Okay. So you can keep playing there. When you turn there, are you heading towards the 1200 building?
Yes, I'm headed east.
You're heading east. Okay. You can pause it every second. Do you see what time it says at the top? Does it say 2:24:49?
Yes.
Okay. While you're off screen, is that when you utilize the school radio, or is it while you're driving backwards?
I utilized the school radio while I was stopped there.
And do you see the screen time there, 2:24:59?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is when you're heading backwards,
Right.
correct? Heading west? While you're heading backwards, do you continue to hear shots being fired?
I don't recall.
Do you see the individual in the white shirt?
Yeah.
that Jeff Heinrich?
Yes.
Now, the brief interaction with him, did you stop and have a conversation, or was it just?
As I passed.
Drove past, it was in passing.
As I passed.
Officer Heinrich, was he the individual in plain clothes that was watering the baseball field that day?
Yeah, he was in plain clothes. I don't know what he was doing,
Okay.
but he was on the baseball field.
He was on the baseball field.
Right.
Just one moment, John. No, I have nothing further for Mr. Bonner.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Bonner.
Good morning.
Sir, you and I met back on June 30th, 2022 in a video deposition. Do you remember me asking you questions?
Yes, I remember you asking me
Did
questions.
you have a chance to read over your deposition, your sworn testimony before you testified today?
No,
You did not?
no. So when you say before, I'm taking recently.
Recently, the state did not give you your sworn
Oh,
testimony?
they did, but
Okay.
I didn't read over it.
Okay. And I'm assuming that, like most of us, your memory doesn't get better with age like wine, correct?
I can't remember what I ate yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So let's talk about this. You do remember that you were a campus monitor with Stoneman Douglas for 25 years, correct?
Approximately.
And you, thank you for your service. You served as a Vietnam vet, so you know the sound of gunfire, correct?
Yes.
And you worked with Scott. Can you describe for the jurors professionally how he was to work with?
Well, we worked with Scott as far as getting students and whatever he needed. He was the SRO.
Was he professional?
Yes,
Was he dependable?
very dependable.
Would he jump right in if anybody needed him for something?
Yes.
You wouldn't call Scott a coward, would you?
No,
In fact, you saw just the opposite, didn't you?
just the opposite of coward.
Yes.
I wouldn't call him a coward.
You recalled the fire alarm was going off as you were approaching the building, correct?
Yes.
The fire alarm you would characterize as extremely loud, correct?
If you're in the building.
Okay. Now, when you're on the golf course, you pulled up and you see Coach Aaron Feist on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you say that you got within 30 to 40 feet of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes.
But this is on the west side of the
Yes.
1200 building,
Yes.
correct? And you believe the shots that you heard, by the way, were of Coach Feist being shot, correct?
No, I don't know. I just heard the gunshot.
Okay. Let me show you this. Is this showing you what is in evidence as defense exhibit number 1? Is this the west side that you approached?
Yes,
Okay. And Coach Aaron Feist was on the ground right outside the door?
right outside
over here?
those doors, right, yeah.
Now, when you heard the shots, isn't it a fact you couldn't nail it down to the 1200 building, but the area around the 1200 building? Isn't that correct, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And one of the reasons why, when you went on your radio to announce those aren't firecrackers, those are gunshots, you didn't give a specific location of where the shots were coming from is because you didn't have one, correct?
Yes.
You believe that the shooter or shooters could have been outside of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, could have been.
Could have been on top of the 1200 building, correct?
That's definitely could have been.
Could have been potential sniper fire, correct?
Sniper fire?
Yeah, somebody shooting out of a window or from some location.
I guess so.
And with all those buildings, had you had any experience prior to the shooting with there being any kind of echo in that area?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about that, please.
Well, there's quite a few buildings, and it's really hard to tell when there's a noise. You can tell it's over there, but you can't tell where it is over there.
So you can get a
Because all our buildings are close together.
Got it. So you might get a general idea, but not specifically where, correct?
Yes.
Had you had an experience or experiences prior to the shooting of hearing loud noises and knowing generally where they're coming from, but not specifically?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about that, please.
Well, because we deal with a high school, and people want to have firecrackers sometimes, and they're kids. They do things. And that's it. You know, you kind of know it's over there, but you don't know where it is over there.
What about an air horn? Have you ever heard an air horn?
That you hear more than anything.
Tell the jurors about that.
Air horns, you don't know where it is. It's just, you know, it's on campus.
And so you don't know whether to go right or left.
Because the air horn echoes itself.
Okay. You never saw any bullet-riddled windows, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. Did there come a time when you were there in real time on the west side that you actually saw bullet holes in the window?
Yes,
You did, all right. That would have been on the west side, correct?
on the west side.
From where my client was, there's no way he could have seen those, correct?
I don't know where your client was.
Okay. Assuming you're on the east side by the 700-800 building, there's no way to see those holes from the windows of the west side of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, I would go with that.
Okay. Nor did you see any muzzle flashes at all, correct? No trails of blood that could lead you to a conclusion of where the shooter or shooters were located, correct? No smells, correct?
No,
And you never attempted to reach out to my client in real time during the shooting at any time, correct?
no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Wish you the best.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Very briefly. Mr. Bonner, on cross-examination, you spoke about the fire alarms. Can you tell me about the fire alarms? Are they louder inside the buildings or outside?
Yes,
They're louder inside?
they're louder inside.
Are they significantly louder inside?
Well, yes, because they're geared for us that are inside, the students.
Outside in the hallways, are there, I don't even know what you would call them, are there actually like horns for the fire alarm? Or how does it work on the outside, if you recall?
I believe so. I really can't answer that.
Now, during a fire alarm, let's just even say a regular fire drill, are you able to have a conversation like you and I are having outside in the hallways?
I don't understand what you mean.
Outside, the volume of my voice right now, would that be loud enough for you to hear in the
Yes.
hallways during a fire
Yeah.
alarm? Would the volume of my voice be loud enough inside a classroom during a fire alarm for you to hear me?
Probably.
Probably, okay. On cross-examination, you were asked about the location of the shots. Did you think that the shots were coming from any other area other than the 1200 building?
At the time, I just thought there was a 1200 building.
At the time, you thought it was the 1200.
Right.
I have nothing further.
Based on that, any recross?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
mind, there is a difference between the 1200 building and the area around the 1200 building, correct?
Absolutely.
Didn't you tell me on cross-examination that you narrowed it down to the area around the 1200 building, correct?
No, I didn't really say that, but I said it was around the 1200 building. But
Okay.
to me, it was in the 1200 building because I wasn't really assessing the area. I was right there where Feist was, so to me, it was in the 1200 building.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition back on June 30th, 2022?
I remember doing it.
Okay. And do you remember me asking you the following question on page 10, line 11? Well, could you...
Judge, I'm going to take some proper impeachment.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Do you remember giving a statement that is different than what you testified today?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, if you had your deposition, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you approach the witness?
You may.
What are you referencing, Counsel?
Page 10, we'll start page 10, lines 11, and we'll go to some other pages if necessary.
So the purpose of the exercise is to see if the document refreshes your memory. Take your time, just read it to yourself. Once you're done reading it to yourself, if you look up, I'm sure the lawyers will have some more questions for you, okay? But what I don't want you to do is read out loud from the document. Just read it to yourself, okay? Thank you. Mr. Agos, you may ask your next question.
You want me to read everything that's in yellow?
No, no, sir.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you thought the shots were around the 1200 building versus inside the 1200 building?
Yes. And I said I don't know.
Okay. Nothing further.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he's doing that, State, you have another witness that we can start before the lunch break?
Leave a moment, Judge.
Sure.
Judge, our next witness is Elliot Bonner.
Okay, you want to go to the lunch break now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you to lunch. Same admonition as always. Please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else till we reach the end of the case. Please leave the notepads in your chairs. I have to have a discussion just with one of you. So if the rest of you can step in the back, juror number 6, if I can just have you stay in your seat momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you to lunch. Juror number 6 is about to join you. I hope you all have a good lunch. I'm going to see you back at the jury room. Let's call it 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Make a guarantee about the PTO time, because I think today's your 10th day. There are other ways that they can make sure you don't have to use any of your PTO time. I guess the procedures contained in the email. So I wanted to give you the information, and I told them this is what I was going to do. I'm giving you the info, and if you want to call them over the lunch break, I'll have you with us for the rest of the day today, but at the end of the day today, again, probably outside the presence of everyone else. I'm going to proceed as you elect, all right? If you want me to excuse you for cause at this point, again, I don't want you to suffer any economic harm, and I don't want you to lose any of that PTO time. If you want me to excuse you for cause, I probably will be inclined to do that. I'll have to listen to what the lawyers tell me about it. If you want to stay with us, I know you're greatly invested and you've been here a long time, then you're going to get to stay with us. So I'm going to leave it up to you, okay? But I want you to have all the information, make the appropriate calls, have a nice lunch. I'll see you at the jury room at 1:30, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the entire jury. State, anything else you need me to address before we recess for the lunch break? Defense, anything you need me to address before we recess for the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll be recessed till 1:30. I hope you all have a nice lunch.
I should have thought of that.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to show the next two witnesses are appearing via Zoom. Yes.
Without objection, I guess?
Without objection, sure.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go back on the record. This is State versus Scot Peterson, 19-7166 CF10A. I have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Killer, and Mr. Klinger present for the state. I have Mr. Igosh present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. State is telling me that their next witness or next two witnesses are going to appear via Zoom, so give me a moment to launch the Zoom meeting, and then we'll have to set it up as we've done before. There will be a screen for the courtroom, there will be a screen for the witness, there will be a screen for Mr. Peterson. Give me one moment and I'll be right with you. State, who is the witness? Your first witness?
Dr. Wendelyn Sneed.
What's your,
Dan, you got one, somebody else?
I got it. Thank you, Sam.
State, you have your witness on you.
She said she was in the waiting room.
Is it the Ayana?
Wendelyn Sneed is the witness's name, so not
I have an Ayana, I have a Peter, and I have a Joel.
Don't know how many of them are. We're texting her now. She's calling.
There you go. Okay. Oh, okay, so you're Liana or whatever. Okay. 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 Got it. Thank you. Liana, she's using an associate's computer, so she's.
Understood.
And Your Honor, I'm going to sign in too, just to share an exhibit.
Is this something that can be seen in the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What is the witness's name? State one more time.
Wendelyn Sneed.
Okay, my apologies. I don't know why my computer, my associate's computer is,
Ms. Sneed, is that you?
I'm sorry, this is me, can you see me?
Yep. Ms. Sneed, can you, I'm doing this outside of the presence of the jury, then I'm going to do it again in front of the jury, okay? Please raise your right hand for me, please. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
You can put your hand down. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
yes, it's Dr. Wendelyn Sneed, and it's spelled Wendollyn, last name Sneed.
Ms. Sneed, Dr. Sneed, excuse me, can you see, well, let me do it this way first. Mr. Peterson, can you see and hear Dr. Sneed?
Okay.
Dr. Sneed, can you see and hear Mr. Peterson, who's wearing the dark jacket and the red tie?
No, I can see someone with the name Mark Eglarsh.
Right. Do you see the person in that picture?
Yes, yes,
Did you hear him when he responded back to me? Could you hear him okay?
yes.
Okay, very good. State, anything else before we get going? Defense, anything else before we get going? Okay, please bring the jury back in.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. When you're back at those seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch break. When we took the lunch break, we were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume at that point, as we have done with some earlier witnesses in the trial. The next two witnesses, I believe, are going to be testifying through technology. So with that being said, State, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
The state will call Dr. Sneed.
Dr. Sneed, if I could get you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Wendelyn Sneed, Wendolyn, last name Sneed.
Mr. Klinger, you may inquire.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, doctor. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good. And you are obviously appearing via Zoom. Could you please tell the jurors where you're testifying from, what city you're located in?
Yes, I'm in St. Augustine. I'm currently at the District 23 Medical Examiner in St. Augustine, Florida.
And could you please tell the jury your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Medical Technology. I have a medical degree from Ponce, P-O-N-C-E, School of Medicine. I did my residency, my specialty in pathology at Mount Sinai Medical Center of Greater Miami Beach. I did my subspecialty in forensic pathology at the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiners Department in Miami, Florida. And I've been practicing fully as a medical examiner forensic pathologist since then, so it's been 18 years.
I didn't quite catch the end. Was that 18 years you said?
Yes.
And those 18 years you were, is that all at Miami-Dade, or it's been with different medical examiners' offices?
I've worked at multiple offices. I did 3.5, almost 4 years at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's office because I was hired after I graduated from their program. Then I worked in the District 21 Medical Examiner, which comprises Lee, Henry, and Glades County here in Florida. After that, I was there for about 7 years. Then I moved to Maricopa in Arizona, Phoenix, and I was there about 1.5 years. Then I returned to Broward. I was there about 3 years. And after Broward, I became the Chief Medical Examiner in Palm Beach County. I was there for 3 years, and now I'm the Chief Medical Examiner here in District 23 in St. Augustine.
And do you hold any board certifications?
Yes, so I'm board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
And also, I wanted to ask you if, I presume you're a medical doctor, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and are you licensed in the state of Florida?
I am.
All right. So in 2018, February 2018, you were working with the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
That is correct.
Okay. And during that time period, did there come a moment when you had to respond or help out with a school shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
Yes.
And what did you do in regards to that shooting?
So that day I performed 2 autopsies related to that death investigation.
Okay. And was one of those autopsies done on Peter Wang?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to, normally if you were in the courtroom, I would show you what's in March of States 23. It's a composite, but since we're using technology, I'm going to ask Mr. Savitsky to please put up the picture and see if you can recognize the picture that's going to be coming up on the screen.
State if I enable you to do so.
Thank you, Judge.
Doctor, do you recognize who's in that picture?
Yes.
Who is it?
He was identified at the time of autopsy as Peter Wang.
All right, thank you. You can put it down, please. So, did you perform an autopsy on Peter Wang, Doctor?
I did.
How many gunshot wounds did Mr. Wang have?
Mr. Wang had 12 gunshot wound pathways, but a total of 13 entry defects.
And I'm sorry, I meant to ask you earlier and I forgot. How many autopsies have you performed over the course of your career?
Yes, I did the numbers recently. I'm over 6,000.
And do you know how many of those were related to gunshot wounds?
I do not have an actual number for gunshot wounds, but I do a significant amount of cases that are related to gunshot wounds.
All right, and did you do those type of cases both in Miami-Dade, Broward, and I think you said, is it Collier or Lee?
Yes, in Phoenix, in Maricopa County, Palm Beach, and St. Augustine, yes.
In performing the autopsy on Mr. Wang, were there certain of those, the wounds, the entrance wounds that you found, were there certain ones that would have caused death?
Yes.
Okay, could you just describe for the jury those wounds that would have caused death?
So immediately lethal, he had 4 gunshot wounds, and those 4 gunshot wounds were to the head. They were on the right side, and I'm going to point at myself. It will be on the right side of his head, from the parietal and temporal region, and then his cheeks and his jawbone.
There was a break in the sound management report. Were you okay with? Okay, just wanted to double check. Did he have any wounds, any gunshot wounds to his legs?
He did.
All right, and can you just briefly describe those gunshot wounds, please?
Yes. So he had multiple wounds. He had on the right side, on the back of the right side, he had 1 wound that went through the pelvic region, fracturing some bone into the abdominal region. Then he also had another gunshot wound on the right side from the lateral side, meaning outside from the body, from the lateral side to the medial side and going upwards. And he also had a gunshot wound on his right foot that went basically through his heel into the anterior aspect of the foot and out.
And were you able to tell from the autopsy whether or not those 3 wounds that you just talked about, would they have caused Mr. Peter Wang not to be able to walk?
Right. So the wound that was on his right buttock region, posterior side, that went to the buttock into the hip, that fractured a portion of the pelvic bone. That it would have been very difficult to walk with that fractured pelvic bone. The wound on the heel, that went through the heel, through the foot, also fractured bone. So it would have been difficult to walk with that as well.
And also, while performing the autopsy, either before, during, or after, were you able to determine Mr. Wang's age, his weight, his height?
So the age is reported when the decedents are identified. And so he was reported to be 15 years old at the time of his death, and he was consistent with a 15-year-old. His height, we measured him at the office, and we measured him at 61 inches, which is 5 foot 1 inch.
And did you say his weight? I might have missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. His weight was 128 pounds as measured in the office.
And doctor, could you please tell the jury what the cause of death was?
Yes, multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you very much, doctor.
Okay, cross-examination.
No questions?
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to do a trade and get another witness on the technology, so I'm going to have you step in the back just one moment. I'll have you right back with me. Again, same admonition as always, please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. If you'll leave the notepads in your chairs and just step in the back one quick moment, I will be right back with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayala, please.
Yeah, doctor, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Doctor, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
State the name of the next witness.
It is Dr. Rebecca MacDougall.
Dr. MacDougall, I can see you on the Zoom call. Can you turn on your video and your audio, please?
Yes, sir. I'm trying. Start video. There we go.
Dr. MacDougall, I'm outside the presence of the jury. I'm going to do this outside of the presence of the jury, then I'm going to do it again in front of the jury. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Can you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My name is Rebecca MacDougall, REBECCAMACDOUGALL.
Mr. Peterson, can you see and hear Dr. MacDougall? Dr. MacDougall, were you able to see and hear Mr. Peterson's response to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State anything I need to do before I bring the jury back in?
No.
Defense, anything you need? Okay, please bring the jury back in. Doctor, as soon as the jury comes back in, I'm going to have the state call you as a witness, and we're going to do that whole thing again. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Jurors entry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. You may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took the quick break to change witnesses using the technology, we were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Rebecca MacDougall, please stand.
Dr. MacDougall, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My name is Rebecca MacDougall, REBECCAMACDOUGALL.
Mr. Klinger, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
Good. Doctor, could you please tell the jurors what your occupation is?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner for Broward County?
Interim from the middle of June of 2021 and was formally named Chief in mid-July of 2021.
And can you just please, let me ask you, how long have you worked with the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started on July 1st of 2010. I've been in Broward County all but 18 months. In 2015, I went up to Palm Beach County and then came back 18 months later.
Okay. Have you worked at any other medical examiner's offices?
I have done locums in Volusia and Pinellas County.
Can you also please give a general description of your educational background for the jurors?
Sure. I did my undergraduate studies at the University of Texas. I went to medical school at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. I did a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, and a 1-year forensic fellowship at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do. I'm boarded in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And could you tell us approximately how many autopsies you have performed over the course of the years?
About 3,000 autopsies.
And do you have an approximate number of how many of those autopsies were related to gunshot wounds?
At least 700.
Doctor, I want to turn your attention back to February 14th of 2018. Were you working that day?
I was.
Okay. And were you called on to perform any autopsies from a mass shooting that happened at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida?
I was.
How many autopsies did you perform?
I did 3 autopsies that day.
All right. And was one of those autopsies done on Scot Beigel?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine either before or during or after the autopsy Mr. Beigel's age, his weight, and his height?
He was 35 years old. He weighed 160 pounds, and he was 68 inches tall.
And were you able to tell from your autopsy how many bullet wounds Mr. Scot Beigel had?
So he had a total of 4 gunshot wounds.
And can you just give the jurors a brief description of those wounds, please?
I can. On the left side of Mr. Beigel's back were 3 entrance gunshot wounds that matched up with a single exit wound on the right side of the chest in the front. Multiple fragments were collected and there was 1 exit wound. The paths of these wounds injured the upper and lower lobes of the left lung, the pericardial sac, the heart, The pulmonary arteries, the aorta and the pulmonary trunk, which are all of the great vessels that come off the heart, upper, middle, and lower lobes of the right lung, and it fractured some ribs. There was another gunshot wound. The fourth gunshot wound was in the left upper extremity, and it injured skin, soft tissue, and muscle.
And when you say the left upper extremity, are you referring to a particular?
The left arm.
Left, okay. The gunshot wounds you just described, certainly the first ones you were describing sounded very severe in the sense that it hit his arteries and near his heart. Would those wounds have caused death or immediate death to Mr. Beigel?
They would have caused death, yes, sir.
Also, was there a report number assigned by the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office for that autopsy?
Yes, sir. It's 18-0533.
Thank you. And can you tell us what the cause of death was?
Cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds.
And can you tell us what the manner of death was?
Homicide.
And, since we're using technology, normally I would show you in the courtroom a photograph, but we're going to put it up on the screen. It's taken from States 23, which in evidence is States 23. And I would like, if you could take a look at it and see if you can identify the person in the photograph.
That is Scott Beigel.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. As the Chief Medical Examiner of Broward County.
Mr. Clear, I'm sorry, press pause. Brief sidebar, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to press pause on the direct examination, just a little glitch with the technology. All right, if you step in the back one moment, I'll be right back with you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. Doctor, if you'll just bear with us a moment. I got to get Mr. Peterson back on the Zoom call. Okay. Say you want to try to assist them, please? Thank you. Okay, Dr. MacDougall, can you see Mr. Peterson?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Peterson, can you see and hear Dr. MacDougall? Yes, sir. All right, so for the record, we're using the state attorney's computer at this point, is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay, very good. Okay, both can see and hear each other. Please bring the jury.
Judge, before the jury comes in, can I just bring something to the court's attention? And there's only one more to go, and that was the autopsy of Cara Loughran. That autopsy was performed by Dr. Malik. We were not able to get, Dr. Malik has moved north. He's out of the country on a vacation. And I asked Dr. MacDougall to review all of his reports and his drawings and pictures of the full autopsy file. And I asked her if she would be able to give the jurors analysis of what happened during that autopsy.
Okay. Mr. Eingars, do you have any objection to that?
No.
Okay, so without objection from the defense, I think the case law allows for that in these type situations, but there's no objection from the defense. State otherwise ready to proceed? Yes, sir. Defense otherwise ready to proceed? Yes, sir. Okay, please bring the jury back in.
entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took the quick break, we were in the middle of the direct examination of the witness. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath. We're going to resume at that point. Mr. Klinger, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, I was about to inquire from you whether or not you had an opportunity to review another autopsy report.
I have.
Okay. And could you tell us what was the number that was assigned to that autopsy report?
18-0535.
And that would be the autopsy that was performed on Cara Loughran, Loughran.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us which medical examiner performed the actual autopsy?
Dr. Craig Malik.
And as you already stated to the jury, all of your educational background, your board certifications, and the fact that you are now the chief medical examiner for Broward County, were you able to, using all of your background and education, were you able to review Dr. Malik's reports and be able to give us or tell us about his findings?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine Cara's age, weight, and height?
Cara was 14 years old. She was 132 pounds, and she was 60 inches tall.
And the reason for Cara's autopsy was that because she was also a shooting victim at Stoneman Douglas?
That's correct.
Okay, on February 14, 2018, correct?
Autopsy was performed on February 15th. The shooting occurred on the 14th. Yes, sir.
Okay. No, you're right. Thank you. How many gunshot wounds did Cara suffer from?
There are 3 gunshot wounds.
All right. And just like you did last time for us with Scott Beigel, could you please do the same for Cara?
I can. There are 2 entrance gunshot wounds on the top of the left shoulder. These injure skin, soft tissue, and the superior vena cava, which is a vein that brings blood back to the heart from the upper portion of the body. Gunshot wound D is to the left axilla, so that is right underneath your armpit. This gunshot wound injures skin, soft tissue, ribs on the left side of the chest, 3 through 6, the heart, and the pericardial sac.
And those wounds, would they have caused death?
That's correct.
And so what would then, technically, what would be the cause of death for Cara?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
All right. And the manner of death?
Is homicide.
Doctor, let me ask you for Cara, and after looking over the reports and at the wounds, can you make any determination of whether or not she would have died immediately or quickly, or maybe it would have taken a while?
I'm going to object. It's prejudicial, calls for sympathy for the jurors, irrelevant.
You know, as to each, it's overruled. Doctor, you can answer the question. Go ahead.
Can't tell you exactly how long. The wound in the left axilla causes a lot of damage to the heart, which would, you know, cause death pretty rapidly.
And can we just go back for a moment to Scott Beigel? I know you explained all of his wounds. The same question, would he have died immediately, or would it have taken a long time? Or
Same objection, Judge.
What would be
Same
your
reasons.
All right, well, they're each overruled again, but otherwise preserved. Go ahead, Doctor, or go ahead, Mr. Green, finish your question.
What would be your medical opinion for Mr. Beigel?
So Mr. Beigel's injuries as well, it caused a lot of damage to the heart, so it would be quick. I can't tell you how quick. It's not immediately incapacitating, but very soon after the shots were fired.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I appreciate it. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
No question from the defense.
State,
you.
the witness excused.
Yes.
All right, Doctor, thank you very much. I'm going to end the meeting at this point.
Thank you, sir.
State, correct, the next witness is a live witness.
Yes.
Okay, State, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Lieutenant Cardinelli.
Lieutenant Cardinelli.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me, please. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. And sir, once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way forward as far as it will go, can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Craig Richard Cardinelli. Craig, C-R-A-I-G, Richard, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, Cardinelli, C-A-R-D-I-N-A-L-E.
and the doors?
I don't know all the room numbers to all the buildings and stuff like
As far
that.
as the doors on the east side of the 1200 building, do you remember what they looked like?
Yes,
Did the doors on the east side of the 1200 building have slats that you were able to see through, glass panes?
yes, there is.
And do you recall being able to see through those glass panes on the doors?
I remember there's glass panes there, but I opened the doors right away, and then I was looking right inside and stepped inside.
Describe for the members of the jury what was immediately visible to anyone who would have taken the time to just open the doors to the east side of the 1200 building. What was right in front of you?
So right when I opened the doors, it was smoky from gunpowder, I guess. You could smell it as well. And probably about 25 feet in front of me, there was a couple of bodies right on the floor in clear sight.
Once you open the doors, explain what you're doing. How are you assessing what to do next?
So as I'm holding the door and I'm keeping an eye on the stairway and the hallway, I can't tell you exactly how quick or how many minutes it was. Some of the officers brought out a female that had some wounds to her chest and her abdomen, having some gunshot wounds. So at that point, a golf cart came up somehow, and we bringing the girl to the golf cart. And then at that point, one of the police officers was going to ride with the wounded person, and I said, no, wait, stop, let the medic continue to tender care to the person, and we need the officers here, we need whatever help we can have here. So then the medic and somebody else, I don't know who was driving the golf cart, drove off with the girl to bring them to medical help.
In that moment, why was it important to have all officers available?
We still weren't sure if the shooter was on scene or not, and we needed to start searching and checking the area.
Now, while this is all happening, do you notice a deputy, Scot Peterson, at some point?
At some point, yes.
Explain for the members of the jury what happens.
So as I was holding my position, I see somebody on the sidewalk over there, and I see someone pacing back and forth and looking down saying, oh my gosh, oh my God, oh my gosh. At that point, I knew we needed help. We didn't need somebody pacing back and forth. And I looked and I said, who are you? And he said, I'm the SRO. And I said, well, what the fuck are you doing out there? You should be inside.
When you said this to him, what did he do?
He continued to just, oh my gosh, I can't believe this, and looking down.
Now, Lieutenant, in that moment, were you also overwhelmed by the situation?
I think it's a stressful time for everybody in that situation, but it's a bad day to be a police officer. You go and do your job. You got to put things aside and you do what you have to do.
In that moment, based on your observations, just of the officers that are near you, also working that 1200 building, did the other officers also appear to be under the stress of the events?
I'm sure everybody was under stress, but there was a time for action, and that was the time.
And once you have this verbal interaction with Deputy Peterson, what happens next?
I don't know the exact time frame, but I think I was there a lot longer than what I initially thought, but in that time, I had already asked, I think, the captain. I said, hey, I'm going to call our SWAT team as well. So I know I made a phone call while I was holding the situation, made a phone call to call our SWAT commander at the time and tell him they actually were in training that day. So I said, bring the team, everybody, we need everybody we can, we need help. So I made a phone call to them, and I believe I might have texted my son once or twice in that time to ask what room he was in.
And what did your son respond to you?
Yes, he responded, I'm in room 1230.
When you got that text back from your son, did it bring you some relief?
Well, I knew he was okay at that point.
And when you were told room 1230, did that mean anything to you? Did you know where that room was?
I had no idea where the room was, no.
What did you do?
So I asked the SRO, Scot Peterson, I asked him, what floor is 1230 on? And he looked at me and he says, it's on the 3rd floor. So I text my son, are you on the 3rd floor? He goes, I'm on the 2nd floor, Dad.
So then what do you do with that information?
So I didn't know who might be wrong or right, but moments later, my son had texted me a police officer walked by the door. So I knew that since a police officer walked by the door, then I knew he was going to be fine. And he was safe at the time.
Once your son lets you know that there's a police officer there, while that happens, are you still in your position in the stairwell?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury what it is specifically that you're doing in the stairwell? What does it mean to maintain a position?
So I'm making sure that if anybody not in a uniform at that point comes down, that I'm ready to handle the situation. I'm looking down the entire hallway because I could see from east to west to the exit doors out there. So I'm maintaining the visual on that and at the stairwell at the same time to make sure nobody comes out that could possibly be the shooter.
Lieutenant, you're with Sunrise. The other officers are with DSO. Some there were from Coral Springs. How were you able to communicate with each other?
We were talking to each other, just talking.
Were you able to formulate a plan and work all together?
Yes, I mean, it was fluid because when we were right outside before it all started, it was, hey, you do this, you do this, you do this. And then as like injured people were coming out, we had to adjust, when the one person came out. But until there was some other kind of assignment, we did what we were doing.
While you were all doing your jobs, was Deputy Peterson assisting?
No.
What happens next?
I don't know exactly the time frame. I held the door for a while. I knew that our SWAT team was en route, and moments later, I don't know how long, as more officers started coming because they were coming from everywhere, my son had texted me that we're being escorted out of the building.
Did your son end up exiting the building through the east side or through the west, if you recall?
The west side.
How did you come to find out that your son had exited the building?
I don't know how many minutes later it was, but he texted me, I'm out of the building.
Once your son exited the building, what did you do?
It was probably it probably could be another 10 minutes. Once a large amount of officers started to get there, I don't know how many, but there was a large number of officers. I told one of them, hey, relieve me. I'm going to go check on I'm going to go reunite with my son. So I think maybe one of the SWAT teams already there, and they were checking. There must have been another 50 or 100 police officers at the time. So at that time, I felt we had the situation under control. We were no longer hearing gunshots, and the building had pretty much been checked, and we knew that he was not there. So I asked one of the officers, could you relieve me? And they relieved me, and then I went and met up with my son.
From the moment that you parked your car and arrived on scene to the moment that you left that day, did you ever hear any gunshots?
I did not hear any gunshots.
Do you know how much time had elapsed by the time you arrived on campus from when the shooter had already left the building?
I do not know.
Lieutenant, when you refer to the SRO, Scot Peterson, do you see him in the courtroom today, the man that you had the verbal interaction with?
I do.
Can you please identify him by the color of his tie?
I can't see his tie. Red.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the witness's identification.
Yeah, the record shall so reflect. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Hello.
If I heard you correctly, you have been a law enforcement officer for 30 years,
I'm in my 29th year now.
City of Sunrise,
Correct.
and you are a lieutenant in special operations, correct?
Yes.
And back on February 14, 2018, you were also in the same division, the special operations unit, correct?
Yes.
And your rank was lieutenant back then, correct?
That is correct.
My understanding is that you hear sirens, and then a fellow police officer, says that there's an active shooter at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, correct?
Yes.
And this had an extraordinary impact on you, I can imagine, because you obviously had a son there, correct?
Yes.
And do you know the exact time that you arrive on campus?
I don't know the exact time. It was right after my friend called me, I sped to there, so I don't know.
I mean, Cruz was definitely gone by then, correct?
We weren't sure if he was gone by then.
I understand, but you later learned that the shooter was already gone, but you just didn't know it, correct?
Yes, he was gone by the time I got there.
All right.
From later learning that.
Got it. And when you arrive, you see a number of officers, and they're in a position of cover, are they not?
Well, at the gate, the two were just standing at a gate. There's not much cover at the gate.
Okay,
But the one by the tree, he was behind a tree.
okay. And the one by the tree, you saw him taking a position of cover behind the tree, correct?
I did.
And they didn't enter the 1200 building, correct?
I saw them there. I don't know what they did before or after.
You don't know what their real-time intelligence was, correct?
I don't know what their intelligence was now.
You don't know what was said to them on their BSO radios prior to you arriving, correct?
I don't.
But they did indicate to you, don't go in there because they were concerned about sniper firing, correct?
I don't know about sniper fire. It was an active shooter.
Okay. Well, they directed you towards the building and they indicated to you, he's shooting the windows out. Remember them saying that to you?
You can shoot windows out without being a sniper. You could shoot them from a hallway.
Gotcha. But they made it clear that the person or persons in the building could potentially be shooting out of the windows, correct?
They made it clear windows were shot out.
Okay. And they felt that it was of such concern to them that they even warned you about it, correct?
They addressed their concerns.
And you see additional officers not going into the 1200 building, taking positions of cover, correct?
I didn't see additional ones. I saw the two at the gate, the ones at the tree. When I ran up to the rest of them, we were going in that building.
Gotcha. You did see Coral Springs Officer Burton standing there, correct?
I don't know their names. I know there was a captain there, and there was probably 4 of us that were there at least.
Do you remember seeing Officer Best also standing there and not going in?
I don't remember names.
Did you expect that the radios were patched between BSO and Coral Springs when you arrived?
I didn't expect anything.
There was a captain giving out orders, correct?
The captain formulating a plan, yes.
And you went up to that captain because when you arrive on a scene like this, explain for the jurors, it's not a free-for-all, right? You don't just decide what you're going to do. You have to get a plan, correct?
There was no shots going on at the time, so we had time to develop a plan of action. If there's shots, you go in.
Understand, if you don't hear shots and/or you don't know where the shots are coming from, and you're covering an area that might be hundreds and hundreds of yards long in one direction, another direction, another direction, another direction, you try to formulate a plan and get more real-time intelligence, correct?
You can try to formulate yes, we formulate a plan, we go in.
Right. Now, you knew, because those officers made it clear to you, by pointing at that building, you knew the 1200 building was the place to go, correct?
That's correct.
Right. No one ever said, hey, it could be the 1300 building as well, correct?
No one said that.
Did anyone ever tell you it could be the football field, that shots were fired by the football field?
Nobody said that.
Now, if they did, you would have taken that seriously and thought maybe there might be shooter or shooters located over there too, correct?
If somebody said there may be more shooters, then
Yeah.
we take it seriously.
All right. Did you know whether you were just dealing with one shooter or multiple shooters?
Had no idea at the time.
Okay, so then you're trained as law enforcement officers to consider that there might be multiple shooters anywhere on campus, correct?
There could have been, but they only heard it in one building.
Yeah, the ones who directed you and gave you that intelligence, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those people made it very clear that there was danger if you were to go into the building, correct?
They didn't make it clear there was danger. We were going in the building.
I understand that. Now, you see my client for the first time, you say he's standing on a sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
Did you know at all, in real time, what his experience was up to that point?
I have no idea what he was doing.
You didn't know what BSO had indicated to him on his radio, correct?
I did not know.
You didn't know what type of thoughts he had concerning where the shots might be located, correct?
Correct?
And you did see him huffing and puffing, correct?
Yes.
And you did see him with genuine emotion saying, oh my God, correct?
The genuine emotion, counsel's testifying.
Well, no, that's overruled. Go ahead, sir, you can answer that question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Did you see him with genuine emotion as he was saying, oh my God, I can't believe this, oh my God?
Well, he was looking down, so he was huffing, puffing, oh my God.
And that was around the time that a body of a female was brought out of that building, isn't that correct?
I don't remember if she was there first and we got her out and then he was there. I don't remember the exact timeline. But if you do this job long enough, you see plenty of bodies and it's time to act, not time to not act.
You're not robots though, you're human, correct?
We are human.
And you're subject to stress, correct?
That's correct.
And when you see a child coming out of a building, you can't train the response away, correct?
You can train to put your emotions aside and handle stuff. And that's what we do.
Are you suggesting that every one of your officers is successfully able to completely devoid themselves of emotion?
I don't know what every officer can do.
Okay. My client never said to you, I know where the shooter or shooters are located, correct?
I don't remember him saying that.
Right. Nor did he ever tell you that I know that there's children and or adults being killed in the 1200 building, correct? He never said anything like that, correct?
If they're shooting in that building, you're assuming children are being killed.
I understand, sir. Back to my question. Did he at any point tell you that he knew that anyone was being killed during the shooting?
He did not tell me.
Okay. And when you did ask him what's going on, his response to you was, I don't know, correct?
That was his response.
Now, you didn't think in real time, well, here's a guy who knows, but he's faking it.
Objection.
Yeah, that's the snake. Go ahead, sir, ask another question.
Now, you did see my client on the radio, did you not?
I don't remember if I saw him. I think he said something on the radio at some time.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a school radio or a police radio, because SROs carry both.
But you do have now an independent recollection of my client actually on the radio when you were present, correct?
I think he said he heard something on the radio. I don't know if he keyed up and was talking, or if he heard it.
You didn't know who he was talking to, correct?
Correct.
You don't know which radio he was on at that moment, correct?
Correct.
And just so we're clear, you didn't look through the window and see the bodies. You opened up the door. That was your testimony, correct?
If you look through the windows, you would see bodies.
Okay.
But I
my
opened the
question.
door.
Your testimony was you didn't look in the window. You opened up the door and saw bodies, correct?
I opened the door and saw bodies.
You don't know how close my client got to the actual slits on those doors, correct?
I don't know how close he was.
Okay. You never saw him looking in through any of the slits of the windows on the doors, correct?
I wish he were that close.
Back to my question. You never saw him, correct?
Oh, I did not see him.
All right. Now, you were talking with officers without your radios because they were standing right near you, correct?
Yes.
My client, for example, couldn't have been speaking to officers, like the ones that you saw that were not going into the 1200 building by the fence, correct? That was too far, correct?
When I was asking him about what rooms they were in, or?
In general, unless the officers are right in front of you.
Yeah, I don't think they would have heard. The ones at the gate, I don't think would have heard him.
You would need your radio, for example, to communicate with those people, correct?
Yes.
You need your radios to communicate with dispatch, correct?
Yes.
Because dispatch is not on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And if someone, let's say from Coral Springs, gives real-time intelligence to VSO, my client would need a radio to be able to hear that information, correct?
No, that's overruled, so I don't want you to guess, but if you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question.
Could you repeat it for me, please?
Yeah, the way it works is you need a radio to be able to speak with dispatch
Yes.
and hear what they're saying in case real-time intelligence comes in to dispatch, correct?
On the radio, yes.
Yes. You also need a radio to hear what other officers are saying, assuming they're not right in the immediate presence of you, correct?
Yes.
run into that 1200 building before you first spoke to a captain on scene, correct?
That's correct.
And you asked that captain, hey, where do you need me, correct?
What can I do? Where do you need me?
Right. Because there's a chain of command on a scene.
There was no chain of command on that scene.
There's supposed to be some type of leader.
Hold on. I didn't hear the question. Go ahead, Mr. Alvarez, ask your question.
At a scene, there's somebody who's the highest ranking person that's supposed to give out orders, correct?
Not at that type of scene. The first person there has the best intelligence. So that person will then say, this is what I have, and you formulate it. As long as shots aren't being fired, at that time you have time to formulate a plan. If shots are being fired, you go in as a contact team.
Even you were concerned about running in because of potential friendly fire, correct?
After there was no longer gunshots, and we didn't hear anything, after we had our positions where we were, and when as officers are searching the floors, you don't want to run in if they're not expecting you to be on that floor.
Explain that to the jurors. Why are you concerned about friendly fire if you were to run into a building? You're all cops, right? They're not going to harm you, are they?
Well, they're searching for a suspect at the time. They're not sure what he's wearing, what he's doing. Okay, so if they already said, we know this team is going to the third floor, that team would methodically search from one end to another. So if I went up a different stairwell and they're not expecting me, there could be friendly fire.
And all the time that you're on the scene, none of you knows that the shooter is long gone by then, correct?
We do not know that.
So you're operating with the mens rea, the thought process, that that shooter could still be there on campus somewhere, correct?
And calls for a legal conclusion.
No, it's overruled as to both. Go ahead, sir, you can answer that.
Could you repeat it, sir?
So you're operating under the state of mind that the shooter or shooters are still potentially right there on scene, correct?
We're not sure if they're not on scene, yes.
And so you still have to take the proper precautions, correct? Or else you could be killed, correct?
You take the proper precautions when there's no more gunfire going on.
And at no point did you ever go over to my client and ask him from beginning to end, hey, what's happened? What was your real-time intelligence? What did you know? You never did that, did you?
I wasn't going to walk away from the scene when I had an assignment to protect the hallway and protect the stairwell.
To this day, you have never spoken with my client about what he went through.
I have never spoken to your client.
No, it's overruled. You already answered the question. Go ahead, sir, ask your next question.
Nothing further.
All right, based on that, any redirect?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Why did the possibility of the windows being shot out not deter you?
Just because windows are shot out doesn't mean somebody's shooting at you.
What do you mean?
Well, I could shoot that window down from the end of the hallway. It doesn't mean I'm taking a position to shoot down at somebody.
You had no idea if there was one shooter or two shooters. Why did that not deter you?
Because if there's a shooter going on, your job is to go in there and try to save lives, neutralize the threat.
Is the smell of smoke real-time intelligence?
Yes,
Is blood on the ground real-time intelligence?
I would say yes.
Are bodies on the ground real-time intelligence?
Yes.
Were all of those things clearly observable to you the moment you opened the doors to the east side of the 1200 building?
Yes, they were all right there.
And nothing else? Okay.
Based on that, any recross?
Yeah. There was no smoke outside of the 1200 building, correct?
When I opened the doors, I could see smoke inside the building.
I understand. Prior to you opening up the door, there's no smoke billowing outside of the 1200 building.
I did not see it.
Nor is there any blood outside of the 1200 building.
I didn't see it.
And nor are there any bodies outside of the 1200 building, correct?
I didn't see it, you know.
Nothing further.
State as a witness excused.
Yes, sir.
So you may step down.
Thank you.
Very much. While he's doing that, put your side votes, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, just because of scheduling issues, we're going to press pause on the trial at this point for today. I'm going to get you out of here a little bit early today. I want to repeat a couple things. Again, no promises, but it appears the state's going to rest their case tomorrow, what we discussed earlier, so we're substantially ahead of that original schedule that I gave you. Okay, so that's number one, and then we would move right into the defense presentation. I do need to speak to juror number 6 one more time. But besides that, ladies and gentlemen, as to all of you, same admonition as always, please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. I'm going to remind you to please not do any research on this case, directly or indirectly, from any source whatsoever, nothing on social media, the internet. Please don't watch the news. Please don't read the newspaper. Okay, I'm going to ask you to be back at the jury room tomorrow, Wednesday, June 21st at 9:15. 9:15 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, June 21st. If you'll leave the notepads in your chairs, they'll be waiting for you when you come back. Juror number 6, if you can just remain one moment, I will be right with you. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the rest of the jury. Everyone can be seated. So, did you have a chance to read the email, call, or think about what I talked to you about earlier? Okay, and at this point, you tell me, how do you want to proceed? Do you want to stay with us at this point? You do want to stay? Okay, so you're going to work that out with your employer based on the information that I gave you. Okay, State, is there any questions that you would like me to ask?
No.
Defense, is there any questions that you would like me to ask?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have a good night. I'll see you at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're outside the presence of the entire jury. Everyone can be seated. So, I'll talk to you about scheduling about Thursday and Friday, but State, anything else you need me to address before we recess the trial for the day?
No.
Defense, anything else you need me to address?
No.
So I have a short docket tomorrow, which is why we're doing the 9:15. I have likewise a short docket on Friday. This Thursday is my once-a-month calendar call. I have a large docket Thursday. I think we originally told the jurors maybe 10:30 a.m. or 11 a.m. That might have been on the schedule. It's going to take some time. And again, there's no time limits. I'm not limiting either side. We're so far ahead of the schedule, but there's a couple ways to do it. I guess I'll tell you the options, and then I'll talk to you about it some more tomorrow. But choice one is I could have the jurors come back, say, at 11 o'clock Thursday, and we could work for an hour and a half, have the normal lunch break, and then the balance of the day if we're in the defense case. Choice number two would be to have the jurors eat on their own and maybe have them return at 12:15 or 12:30, period. And then we just go through so you can have 4 or 5 uninterrupted hours for your presentation. Or choice three would be just to have them come back at the normal time after the normal lunch break, would be 1:30, I guess, and then work half the day Thursday afternoon. I just don't want the jury to have to wait for me. I don't want you all to have to wait for me. I think I have about 60 matters that I have to handle Thursday morning in my regular division, so it's going to take a little bit of time. So I'll leave you with that, and then you all can discuss it amongst yourselves, how you want to proceed, and then we'll tell the jurors tomorrow. State, anything else you need me to address before we recess the trial for today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay, so the trial will be in recess until tomorrow, which is Wednesday, June 21st at, we'll call it 9:30 a.m. Division FX will be in recess until tomorrow, Wednesday, June 21st at 8:45 a.m. I hope you all have a good rest of your afternoon. All right, Madam Court Reporter, that is it.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good night.
Thank you, Judge.
Is anyone in here in the morning before you come?